Hey. Hey everybody, we're back with more Digital Devil Saga 2, because it is Tuesday. Yes. How you doing, Chanson? Hey, Sana. How you doing? We got the grinding to do. I'm doing okay. Let me know if it is hard to see the chat, because we are operating on a new system now, which also reminds me I need to move the chat a little bit. Get better? I can't see a fucking thing. Hey, Teak. You guys still see what the chat says, like the white on, white background? The new system is we're not using the boxed font, the box text anymore. I wasn't overly happy with it, so I ended up looking into how to... The main reason I used the boxed font was so that you'd actually be able to see the full name display, because the other stuff didn't do it. I ended up going into the code yesterday and getting it so it will always display chatter's full name. Because otherwise, like even with my name, it was like Mech or Mecha-C. It's like, oh cool, it'll do 6 characters. How many people on here have 6 character names? So we got it set up with this now, and it's cleaner, I think. I think it's nicer. The concern really is with the background we have at the minute. It's like if we're going to the green background. See, that's easier to see. But I like the Digital Devil Saga. Streamlabs, Teague. I can change the color of the fonts. No, like this, it's fine. It was just about getting them to display the full name, and now it's just a case of like the chat color. Yeah, it's coming a little bit off the edge there. I should shrink that down. That is actually set up for... That better? Yeah, I should be fine. That is not a bad idea, Chanson. You know what? I could do that right now. Do I need to add a source? Do I have a source that's there that I'm not using? Border art, that's what we're using. Weapon frame. Off a picture doesn't matter. But no, we'll keep that. Thank you, Teague. Yeah, that's good stuff. Image. Fresh image. Okay, give me a minute. Let me open up. Labs and get this. We weren't going to be doing anything major today anyway, we're just doing more grinding. We have stuff. We still need to finish off the grinding for the dines. And while we're at it, I would not mind getting everybody Dire Haran, or at the very least Media Armor. Alright, so let me see. Okay, and then we test that. Okay, that's not what I'm after. I have clearly put that in the wrong place. There's your problem. I'm looking at HTML rather than CSS. God damn it. Okay. Okay, save that. Test it now. Yeah, that looks easy to read with the outline. Thank you, Teak. I appreciate that, and thank you very much. Jansum, your idea was also good, and if Teak hadn't given me explicit instructions on exactly what to put, your idea would have worked. I don't want you to feel like that wasn't appreciated. Alright, let's do this. This feels darker than the last time I was playing it, but I think last time we were playing it, I actually had the brightness set too high because we were still on Dreamcast settings. So you said your heater is still broken, Jansen? And that it's snowing. Yeah, this looks fine. It is just darker than last time, because we still have the Dreamcast brightness set. Sorry to hear that, Jansen. These were lightning, I think. And there's always the option of like an electric heater or something, but they always run up the price of your power bills, which, yeah. At least me, with the whole thing of like, you know, I'd rather sit in the cold and just wrap up than run an electric heater with that shit. Oh god, I know that shit. It's like, hey, I could get out of bed and experience the world, or I could stay in bed and have like one arm out of the cover just messing on the computer that's next to my bed and be like this for like another 2 hours or so, and then eventually get up to use the bathroom and regret every moment of that. It's a nice thought, Chanson, but I do think it's futile. The entire morning. No, I totally understand that. It's always awful in the winter. Yeah, once again, thank you, Teak, for the help. You were weak to... No, you were still weak to lightning. You absorbed fire. Hey, Leono. Leono is showing off the new points reward thing we've got, where you, for 500 points, you pick a line from a movie, game, TV show, whatever, and I read it out for you. I can't guarantee it'll be good, but I will try. Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn. A little louder when number 4. Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn. 1939. I'm doing okay. We've had a little help setting up. You were not weak to anything, were you? We've had a little help setting up the new chat display, and it's looking a lot better, which I'm pretty thankful for. And with with the black outlines as well, we could even change the colour of the chat. I'm not gonna, because that also renders stuff. Does this show up? No, it doesn't. We could change the colour of the chat then. It's like I'm there thinking, like, will it show up that I've set my chat colour to change there? But it doesn't show up in the display, so it's fine. I could change the colour to something else. But then that also leaves the problem of chat names. Chat names are a different colour. It's like nobody has their chat name set to white. Yeah, I'm doing okay. We're just back to more grinding on Digital Devil Saga 2. And then when we're done grinding, we're gonna go and kick the shit out of the Archangels. Which I need to remind myself that in Shin Megami Tensei, they are the Seraphs. Because Archangels are a different class of angel in SMT. So who's looking forward to Shin Megami Tensei 5? Oh, you can't change one. That makes it even more of a reason to keep it to white. That way the names and the actual text stand out better. Jack Frost! Sonic. Thank you. Near Replicant, I can leave. But SNC 5 though. I look forward to hearing Atlas's stupid streaming restrictions around that. God damn. Revival there. I'm gonna guess. There you go. You expect me to remember the prices of items? We're on a roll. Nier, I don't think would be so bad because it's a Square thing, and Square don't usually... Square haven't put anything out like that previously. But like, the whole thing Atlas just put out for... Damn. The whole thing Atlas just put out for Nocturne has me concerned about streaming the PS2 version of it. which is even more stupid. Well, yeah, that was blocked on PS4's native streaming. But, like, Square never went after anybody who streamed it in any other way. In the same way that Persona 5 was completely blocked from any kind of capture on PS4, and Atlas threatened people if they streamed or had videos of anything past a certain point in the game. Come on. Nice. Lino's really having fun with this one. It's like, do you do Anthony Hopkins, or do you do your own take? Census taker once tried to test me. Ate his liver, some fava beans, and an ice can. Was that loud enough? Could you hear that? Imagine. Would there be a difference? If you've never seen it, I recommend checking out Manhunter. Awesome, that's great. I recommend checking out Manhunter. It was a movie that came out in the 80s that was the first movie adaptation of one of the Hannibal Lecter novels. It was based on Red Dragon. And it has Brian Cox as Hannibal Lecter. And you know what? It's not a bad movie. You could argue it was better than Red Dragon with Anthony Hopkins as Hannibal Lecter. I love how long status effects last on this game. Did I say love? I meant fucking hate. Anyway, health is... Gale could do with a heal. Alright. Yeah, if anybody else wants to jump on that, there isn't a limitation on how many can be done per stream. I debated adding a limitation, but I thought there wouldn't really be a point. Zio, and Smack. I always hate status effects in RPGs. I understand why they're there. They add a little spice and variety to combat, so it's not all about damage. I hate them. And it especially bothers me when it's like, oh no, the characters were asleep, and then they got attacked, and they're still asleep. Like the thing we had when we took on the Seraphs, of, oh no, Sarah is charmed, and continue to heal the boss while the boss was killing her. And it's like, you know what? That's fucked up. Okay. Oh no, not ice. Yeah, I'm looking forward to SMT5. It's nice to see a return of the main series. Because Persona's all well and good. I'm not going to hate on Persona, because Persona is really good. But variety is the spice of life, and just constantly having Persona spat at you for years really makes you yearn for something a little more... different, I guess. Yeah. That said, I'm still waiting for Atlas to really screw up SMT5. Oh yeah, no, here's DLC costumes. A lot. SMT4 was a great game, and I love SMT4, but SMT4 had a lot of DLC quests. And the worst part about that is a lot of those DLC quests were pretty good. You might be like, but Chrono, why is it bad that DLC quests were good? It's like, a lot of these feel like they should have been in the game. Stuff that rounds out the story a little more. Oh, Sarah's almost dead. Unfortunately, I can't tell you about any of the DLC quests without spoiling the story. Oh yeah, heal Sarah before we do anything. And of course, SMT4 being a handheld game, I don't think I've ever seen a handheld game that got DLC have any kind of complete release. And SMT4 didn't. I mean, maybe with SMT5 we'll get a DLC bundle? I don't know. No, I did not hear that. I did hear, however, that Cyberpunk 2077 has a whole sequence in the game that the game doesn't warn you about that is specifically designed to trigger an epileptic seizure. Apparently the game has this thing that is... At one point in the game, your character puts on a headset and lights are flashed in a very specific way that is an actual medical thing that is done to trigger an epileptic seizure for specific reasons. And the Cyberpunk has that and doesn't offer any specific warning over it. Hey Nicole, how you doing? It's like, that's messed up. You good? That's good. I'm glad to hear that. One day we'll be done grinding. One day. It's only been like... four and a half hours of grinding, I think. Yeah, it's pretty messed up. And then even more messed up is the people like saying, oh, get over it. All games have an epilepsy warning. It's like, yeah, but all games that have that as a safety measure of like, yeah, if you happen to suffer a seizure playing this, like, you were warned. But all games also don't have sequences specifically set to do that. Yeah, I think it was a Game Informer. Persona 3, Queen Nicole, Persona 3 is a spin-off of the Shin Megami Tensei series, which this game is also a spin-off of, which is why you would get the same vibes. A lot of the demons you'll see are personas in Persona 3. I don't know about Rangda, possibly, but Nyx... No, Nyx isn't a persona in Persona 3. Nyx might be even 5. But a lot of the demons are personas in Persona 3. At some point, we're going to go back and do Persona 3 again, properly. That should be fun. I want to see about getting that full Moonlight mod on there. Maybe not the part that replaces the music, because I listened to some of the music in the some of the tracks they've used to replace original tracks. I'm not fond of that. But the mod that replaces the in-game anime cutscenes with the same scenes from the movies. Because, let's be fair, the anime cutscenes in Persona 3 were not great. And the animation in the Persona 3 movies is really good. There you go. Yeah, Persona 3 is good. If you're interested, I recommend looking into some of the Shin Megami Tensei stuff. Because... Persona is always a specific idea. It's teenagers, high schoolers, dealing with demons and problems involving demons and stuff. Persona 3 got more focused on the social simulation around that, which was continued in 4 and 5. But the idea remains the same, of dealing, like, high schoolers dealing with demons with the inner power of their selves, different masks they wear, yada yada yada. But other Shin Megami Tensei games are a lot more varied. And they can be really interesting. So I recommend checking them out. If you pick a specific console you have, I can give you a recommendation on which one to go for. Not good enough. Health's still fine. Anyway, there's a lot of good Shin Megami Tensei games. And they go through a bunch of different genres. Like Persona... Beginning with Persona 3, the social simulation merged with the social simulation. Social simulation merged with dungeon crawling. Previous Persona games were more dungeon crawlery, which is what the main series tends to be. You've got the Majin Tensei series and the Devil Survivor sub-series, which are tactical RPGs. And then there's other stuff like Persona Q, which is new. Persona Q, which is literally Etrian Odyssey with a Persona skin on it. There's stuff like Jack Brothers, which is a maze game of sorts. Oh, there's a lot of good stuff. The two, like, if you're into Shin Megami Tensei, the two systems I recommend going for: 3DS, PS2. Each of them, the 3DS I think has 8 SMT games, including the Persona stuff. The PS2, if you count the Persona stuff, has like 7. There's a lot there. And almost all of it is worth going into. Almost there with Ice Master and Bolt Master. That reminds me, I need to turn the one thing off. PSN, I do not recommend. Get that off. And yeah, that's good. It's like if you're in the US, you can get for the PS3 you can get if you're in the US you can get Persona 3 FES, Persona 4, Nocturne, Devil Summoner, Devil Summoner 2, Digital Devil Saga, and Digital Devil Saga 2. You can get all 7 of the PS2 SMT games on PSN. For PS3 as PS2 Classics. They're not good versions, especially stuff like the Digital Devil Saga games and the Devil Summoner games, which run with noticeable audio lag, which is particularly bad in voiced cutscenes. And one dude I follow who's pretty cool, Kragon. He was doing Nocturne earlier this year, like way earlier, before the HD version was announced, and he was doing the PSN version, and he couldn't finish it. At one point, the screen display just fucked up, repeatedly in the same area, and he couldn't continue streaming it. Still don't actually know what was going on with that. It's unfortunate because it's the easiest way to get all 7 of the games on PS2, and they are all worth playing. But, like, they're not good versions. Get her. Nice. A little bit more. Nice. In Europe, the PSN doesn't have the Devil Summoner games. It doesn't have Persona 4 either. It has Lucifer's Call, BDS 1 and 2, Persona 3. It's got 4. But again, like, they've still got problems. I do own all of them. Like, I got Devil Summoner 1 and 2 on the US PSN because, like, my thought was I'm never going to get these physically. They cost too much. Eventually, I did get them physically because the PSN versions are garbage. It's a point I've made previously. Like, I don't really care about collecting. I just want to play the games. So having the PSN versions, if they were fine, would have been fine, but they're not. So I ended up picking up the physical versions, and I'll do them at one point, some point, eventually. Always a little kind of like a little wary with action RPGs. With a full turn-based RPG, like focused on turn-based RPG like this, I can split my attention, and it's not a huge problem most of the time, though it has caused me problems to do so at times. Action RPG is a very different story. Even then, like, I can be good at a turn-based RPG. I can strategize, I can work things out. Action RPG is different, even with the whole thing of, like, I can be very competent at action games sometimes. Action RPG is different. Yeah, if you're after picking up some of the Shin Megami Tensei games on PS2, I recommend doing it now. You're a wizard, Harry. I'm a what? A wizard. Yeah, let's get out of this. There we go. Yeah, if you want to pick up some of the Shin Megami Tensei games on PS2, I recommend doing it as soon as possible. The price of PS2 games is going up. It's been going up for a while, and it's going to keep going up. Yeah, it's Boltmaster. Which also means that I can replace a Lek boost with a Lek amp. Somebody's weak to fire. Who was it? The SMT is good. Difficult. It requires a time commitment beyond a lot of other RPGs because of how frequent unfair deaths can be. Along with, especially playing mainline SMT, with fire then. How much time you need to spend into gaining certain abilities through your party. I mean, that's what the Demon Compendium's for later on in the game, but, like, PS2 era SMT was not friendly with its fusions. I was going to recommend Shin Megami Tensei game specifically. It'd probably be Strange Journey Redux on 3DS. Because, like, Strange Journey was my first real SMT game. I first played Devil Survivor, and I'm not a turn-based tactics guy, but Devil Survivor drew me in, and I beat it like 2.5 times. And then Strange Journey came out, and I wasn't into dungeon crawlers. Strange Journey came out and really changed that. And Strange Journey Redux is an improved version of that, with a lot of really good quality of life features. Recommend Strange Journey Redux. It's a shame Atlas didn't fork out for actually having English voice acting in that game. And one more for Jenny in the Wind. Magic Mirror will probably be useful at some point. Were you weak to fire? You were. I've been running away from groups of you for no reason. Anyway, we're going to get back to the main story, and we are going to be so overpowered. Especially ability-wise. I say that, then we'll get into another fight with Angel, and she'll kick the shit out of me again. Yeah, walk right up to her. Like, get Gale to walk up to her and distract her, and then hit her with a DDT. Yeah, bam. A DDT! It's DDT! I debated streaming wrestling games, but I don't know how many people would be into that. It could be fun. the simulation wrestling games, the ones that actually had the proper simulation and weren't bugged out the arse. I mean, like, the 2K series had been getting worse for years, and then 2K20 comes out and they got rid of Ukes as co-developer, and Ukes had been making WWE games since WWF SmackDown on the PlayStation. And they'd been co-developing the 2K series for a few years. And then they got rid of them for 2K20. And 2K20 came out and it was awful. Like, so bad. And so buggy. And looked terrible. Like, people were pulling up pictures of Just Bring It on PS2. And Just Bring It looked better. It was ridiculous. Ah, crap. It's gonna work if I do the group. Still missed one. Damn it. This is what happens when you miss, Sarah. I always appreciate an RPG that will revive your characters outside of battle with 1 HP. I appreciate that because it means I don't have to use revival items or revival spells, which tend to cost more. Not every RPG does it, but I appreciate an RPG when it does. Boom. And then just a killer. Anyone got anything interesting going on to talk about? Because we're going to be grinding for a while. In fact, let me set these up so I know where we're at. Zeodyne. Pterodyne. Agidyne. Theodyne. Bufudyne. Zandyne. What do you got? Zandyne. That's it. Alright. My Bufudyne, my Zeodyne, my Pterodyne. But no more Agidyne. Nice. That's the kind of power boost I want from a tier 3 spell. Good stuff. Good stuff. Anybody got any movies you're looking forward to? Do I have any movies I'm looking forward to? I mean, there's no time to die, I guess, but after Spectre, I'm really hesitant on that. It's like, hey, it took us like 40 years to get the rights to use Spectre in a movie again, and they put that out. And it's like, you know what? Never Say Never Again was a better movie than Spectre. Is that a hot take? I don't think that's a hot take. Yeah. Never Say Never Again has problems, but I like it. And then Diamonds Are Forever. I think Sean Connery was pretty fortunate in that regard to be able to come back and make his last Bond movie not complete shit. Well, Diamonds Are Forever isn't complete shit, but it's like it is the weakest Sean Connery Bond. I mean, if you think about all the Bond movies, the Bond actors, and it's like George Lazenby only had the one movie, so like you can't really count him. Timothy Dalton wasn't around long enough for his movies to get bad, but Sean Connery, Roger Moore, and Pierce Brosnan, their last movies were all bad. And you can like A View to a Kill and Die Another Day, but they are bad movies. God damn it, Gale. That's good work, Sarah. How are we doing? Okay, so I just accidentally put a break on, so that's nice. I think Teek's the only person who's not going to get that ad break. Oh no, Klim's lurking. Oh, Santa's back. Yeah, let me see. Ad break. 50 seconds. Really wish the pressing space on stuff like that wouldn't just hit whatever the last button you pressed on the screen was. It's like, hey, let me press space to see how the stream's going. And it's like, oh yeah, no, the last button you pressed on this was an ad break button. Ad break again. Really? No ad for you, Chanson? Oh, that's good. You're making lunch. And I'm just sat here with a bottle of water. Santa got the ad. 2, 1, bam. And we should be back. Yeah, we should be back now. So what happened was, like, I go onto the stream manager to check how the stream's doing. Like, because I have it paused while I'm streaming, so I'm not really wasting any bandwidth with a constantly streaming video. So I pressed spacebar to unpause it, and the last thing I pressed on the page was the add button. So it just did the ad again. I was like, oh, cool. That's not a design that irritates me at times. You know, if you're gonna keep bragging like that, Santa, I'm gonna take your mod badge away. Let's see. Set Pterodine? You might have done at some point. You know me, I'm a picky eater. It's part of the problem. After COVID. What is this one? What are you? Boost magic. Rakukaja. Fence up. That's not a bad idea. Let's see. Might as well go and get the full restore at the minute. Oh, I didn't even save that. I don't know, it'd be nice to just go out for a meal at some point. I mean, it's fortunate that we did that a little while before the first lockdown started. That was a nice time. Yeah. Or just a drink. I suppose more than anything, like, the company's the important thing, but if we're gonna eat, I want to eat something I enjoy. Just something would be nice. I don't have any new plants. Yes. Leave the area. Back to the airport. There's plenty of decent places. Hell, if we just have to drink, Sprouton's is fine. I've never been an alcoholic. I don't think I have the state of mind for it. I remember when, like, the first time I got actually wasted. And was like, you know, this is what I'm enjoying myself being like this. Like, the inhibition's gone, just a sense of mind that feels good in my head. And decide, like, if I have to rely on alcohol for that, then that's a problem. And then I only ever got that drunk once after that. Ever since, it's just been a case of, like, social drinking. I think part of it is just the fact that alcohol costs, like, more than a soft drink. And it's like, you know what? I would rather have a soft drink than alcohol. It's cheaper, and for the most part, it tastes nicer. Yeah. Maybe it's an overreaction of some kind. Overreaction to the fear of falling into relying on something. A fear of falling into substance abuse and then immediately shutting any possibility of that down. But it's like, you know what, I'd rather not have to deal with it. Oh, see, that's worse than me. My thought with it was, like, if I keep drinking after this, to be like this is gonna be so I feel happier. Like, rather than for anyone else. And decide, like, I don't want to have to rely on something like that. I'll find my own way of being happier that doesn't have so many problems. You should go with marijuana instead. There's no point now anyway. But yeah, Bond stuff. Like, No Time to Die is coming out, and it's like, do I care after Spectre? Yep. That was a mistake the minute I pressed the button. Do I care after Spectre? Do I even care about the more recent Bond films as Bond films? It's like, Casino Royale is a fantastic movie, and it works for being a spy thriller, taking things down a little more to earth, compared to Die Another Day, which was ridiculous. Which is something the series has done multiple times before, like after Moonraker. For Your Eyes Only was way more down to earth. After A View to a Kill, Living Daylights and License to Kill were both way more down to earth. Well, it feels like in some respects that the Bond movies have lost whatever identity they had previously, and are just trying to copy other successful stuff. Like, the comparison to the Bond movies has been there since Casino Royale. But it helps that Casino Royale was, like, very well done. I think, like, the better comparison between the Bond stuff and the Bond movies and Bond would be Quantum of Solace. It's like, you look at the chases, because like both movies open with a chase, or both movies have a chase early on, an on-foot chase. And Casino Royale's on-foot chase is fantastic. One of the first instances of parkour shown off in a movie, and still one of the best. It's really good. And Quantum of Solace tries to kind of copy that, but its editing technique is really bad. And it makes the entire thing so hard to follow. And it's following the whole Bourne idea of like the shaky cam and the quick cuts. Except done way worse. I don't know. Yeah, and then Skyfall was better, and then Spectre wasn't. It's like, you know what, for all the problems Quantum of Solace had, it wasn't boring. I don't care if nobody else wants to talk about this, Spectre was boring as fuck. Nice, all 3 hits. Yeah, Spectre was boring. And do another Zeo. And then just spec. You know what I was thinking about lately? White Knight Chronicles. Anybody remember White Knight Chronicles on the PS3? God damn it. Ah, there you go. Somebody does. It's good work, Jansen. I've got White Knight Chronicles 2 over there on my shelf, and I've been wanting to do it for a long time. I did very much the same. Like, White Knight Chronicles, I heard wasn't great. White Knight Chronicles 2, I don't remember what the consensus on that was. But White Knight Chronicles 2 comes with the entire first game, and has the improved mechanics in the second game. Which is a selling point to me. That's a cool idea. And even now, not many games have done that. And the only other I can think of is Dissidia Duodecim. Like the entire first game with the improved mechanics of the second. Yeah, so like, you know, if you can pick up the second, get the second instead, like rather than the first, because it's both games. And I started off and I played it, and it was interesting. The weirdest thing about it was you create your character, like it has a whole character creator, and it's fairly in-depth, especially for the time. And then your character is always in the background. You are not the main character of the story, you're just like the main character's friend who accompanies him everywhere and never says anything, and is just in the background of important plot events. And that was weird. We're also supposed to have like knight style mech suit, like giant mechs. Which means that it sounds like, to a degree, it sounds similar to Xenoblade Chronicles Z. Play it for 30 hours, get a giant mech to use. Except in a fantasy setting rather than like a sci-fi setting. Yeah, I think that's a cool thing. Like I said, the entire first game included in the sequel with the improved mechanics of the sequel, and I can't think of anything else that did that except Dissidia Duodecim. Which is why when we eventually do Dissidia, we're going to do Duodecim instead of the original. Like one of the key differences with that, when I went from the first to the second, was that the chase mechanic was a lot faster. Or slower. They changed the speed, I can't remember which way it was. But I've not played the original Dissidia in a long time now. because of the second game just having everything. It makes it kind of weird that the original Dissidia is still sold on PSN. It's like, why would you buy it over the prequel that has the entire original game and more, and improvements to the mechanics? Plus a bunch of extra characters. Like Tifa, and Kane, and Yuna. They probably should have added more villains to that as well, to go with it. The only villain they had, I think, was Gilgamesh. Unless you count Feral Chaos, which, eh. I think they added another Final Fantasy XI character as well, Prish. But I've not played Final Fantasy XI much, so I can't really say. Oh dear. There's the problem with the can't keep the power under control mechanic. There's a death counter. Okay. Yeah, like some more villains I think would have been a neat idea. I feel like most of the first 10 Final Fantasies could have had another villain to represent them. I mean, 5 got Gilgamesh as well. If I've got Gilgamesh on top of X-Death, like, the first game could have had the Fiends. The 4 Fiends. There's one character in a similar way to how Lightning had the paradigm shifts. It could have worked. FF2 could have had Leon. FF3, I guess, would have been Zand, maybe? Or, like, I don't think Zemus for 4. Maybe the Archfiends? 5 had Gilgamesh. 6. General Leo, perhaps? I think could have been an interesting character to have playable. Seven. Hojo? Who else works from 7? I know there's somebody, I can't think who it is. I'm gonna do a switching out mechanic for Turks. Somebody else I can't think. With 8, I think like the only reasonable answer to like an extra villain from 8, I think would be Sorceress Adele. Adel? Did we end up calling her Adel? Alright, I appreciate it, Alina. If we finish before you come back, have yourself a good day, buddy. You take care. Can't remember if we ended up calling her Adel or Adele in the FF8 stream. Who do you want with 9? Beatrix with 9 isn't necessarily a bad idea. Yeah, I appreciate it, Lena. You take care. Yeah, Beatrix with 9 maybe? But then you run the risk of, like, is she too similar to Leo in 6? At which point you have to like, evaluate whether or not you want Leo in 6 unless you can come up with someone better for 9. With 10, the answer is obviously Seymour. Anyone got any thoughts on that? Anything? Yodyne. Nice. I need to get around to doing World of Final Fantasy at some point. The problem I'm having with at the minute with like all the RPGs I've got that I haven't played. Cypher. Cypher's a good idea. I did not think of Cypher. Of course, with Cypher, you run the risk of him being too similar to Squall. Mechanically. Unless you can work their differences out into a different playstyle. Which, let's be fair, FF8 didn't. Yeah, it's like, got a load of RPGs that I haven't played at the minute. And there's a bunch of them I do kind of want to start, but it's like, do I start them myself, or do I wait until I'm streaming them to do a blind playthrough? I've got World of Final Fantasy there, and like Megumi's streaming that at the minute. And it's like, I can't watch that because I haven't played that. Do I want to play it off stream, or do I want to just wait until I stream it? Yeah, Cypher's a good thought, and kind of embarrassing that I didn't think of him. Along those lines, though, it does become a question of, like, why isn't Zack a costume for Cloud? Because Idea is a costume for Ultimecia. I love that Idea costume. I like Idea's design more than I like Ultimecia's. I think the earlier ones are more difficult to pick extra villains for because they didn't really have much in the way of story, and as a result didn't have like memorable villains. The real exception to that is FF2, because FF2 did have a focus on story. But even then, like, you've got the choice of memorable villains, Leon, and maybe the Lamia Queen. I like Dissidia though. It was a fun game. It's a shame that Square ruined it on arcade and PS4. It's like Dissidia NT just isn't really that good. I only still have the disc because nobody would buy it off me. I bought it super cheap, and like trading it in would get me nothing. It's like, Then again, I waited until it was super cheap because I wasn't confident in it. Leo down. Oh, you want it? I'll sort you out with it at some point in this matter. Because I am not interested in it at all. Really do feel like Square dropped the ball with it. Just for your show, but that's fair enough. Like, gameplay-wise, it is way inferior to the originals. And then story-wise, it is also inferior. I recommend taking a look at it, like, try it. You might enjoy it, you might not, but, like, try it. I wasn't confident in it, but I tried it. You never know, something might turn out to be decent. It's like, Oh yeah, there is a free version. I forgot about that. Because the main thing I remember about Dissidia NT is, like, who was playing it? Apparently nobody, but Square kept putting out DLC for it. And the DLC characters were also just kind of, It's like, cool, Kane Highwind isn't in this game, but you know who we really needed as an extra character? Snow from Final Fantasy 13. Like, you know what? Give that DLC a miss. Oh, there he is. Play him. How you doing, Clem? It's like, okay, let's think of Final Fantasy 13 characters who I might have been interested in having. Yeah, I'm doing okay. Okay, let's think of a Final Fantasy 13 character that might have been interesting to have. From the main party, not Snow. Because as a character using his fists, you know, if I'm going to pick a character using the fist, I'm way more into Tifa. Vanille, maybe. God knows how the combat for her would work. I never understood what her weapon actually was. Fang, perhaps? Zaz could be interesting. Because, like, Fang, you end up with a case of spear weapon, or a staff, like, But Zaz has guns, and nobody else in the games use guns. Unless they were going to make a Barrett DLC, in which case, you know what, I'm in there. I'm there. So yeah, I think we can all agree, like, even Hope as a fighter would be more interested than Snow with the boomerang. Not when I'm cooking. At other times, yes, but not when I'm cooking. Oh no, I don't. I'm not going to disagree with you, Clem. Hope is terrible. But mechanically as a fighter, he'd be way more interested than Snow. I appreciate the lurk, Jansen. Yeah. Bitch. Ultros is an interesting idea. But would you want Ultros without Typhoon? Yeah, it will be here when you get back, Zana. Nothing worse than being faced with endless meat. Yeah, Ultros is an interesting thought, and a monster as a playable character is definitely more interesting than just another human-shaped person. For the PSP hardware, I understand why Cloud of Darkness was made into human-shaped. But you know what? When they got onto the PS4 hardware, would have been more interesting if they kept her as like the giant monster thing that she was. You thought you only had 2 pounds of chicken, but now it's seemingly endless. I want to know what you think 2 pounds of chicken looks like. Okay. Basing it off the price. $6, $3 a pound. It's reasonable. You can see where you're coming from with that. You know, we eventually get, like, speaking of Ultros, we eventually get to 13-2. Unless we don't die this time again. We eventually get to 13-2, and I have the DLC for 13-2. Which includes a fight in the arena with Ultros and Typhoon. I played 13-2 for like an hour. As I think I've said this before, but the way it worked was I finished 13 entirely so I could have context 13-2, because like 13-2 is supposed to be the good one. It's like, oh, 13, beat 13, 13-2. I started up, played it for about an hour, and then my friend was like, hey, you want to play RE5? And I was like, yeah, sure. And then I never went back. Yeah, that's what I've heard. And like, there were moments when I did really like 13's battle system. The battle system grew on me, and then towards the end of the game, it felt like the game was undermining its own battle system, which was disappointing. Well, I do want to go through 13-2, and Lightning Returns. Lightning Returns holds the honour of being one of the few games I've bought in the past 10 years entirely because the back of the box got me interested. That would probably help. Like, we're going to get to 13, and there's going to be complaints about 13 and its story and its characters. Villain actually mad. Who was the villain in 13? Like, that's a rhetorical question. But, like, seriously, who the fuck was the villain in 13? It was a door. Like, don't worry, when we hit 150 followers, we'll work out who the villain of 13 was together. Together. Yeah, Lightning Returns is like one of the few games I've bought in the past 10 years that I bought because I picked it up off the shelf and was like, yeah, fully sealed. Not for a huge price. It's like, but I don't like 13. I hadn't finished 13 at this point. I was like, okay, pick it up, look at the back. So, okay. You know what? This looks really interesting. The back of the box is selling me on this game. So I went and bought it. We're kinda gay together. I remember I liked Fang, and Fang was the only character other than Zaz that I didn't hate. And then all of a sudden you have a boss fight with Fang for no good reason. And at that point I hated Fang. It's like, at one point it's just like, yeah, no. Weren't Cauliflower and Kaolin super sisters? It's like, yeah, no, at one point, like, Fang just decides to go a little bit crazy because somebody said something. And now you have a boss fight with Fang, and it makes no sense. And then you finish the boss fight with Fang, and everything's okay again. It's like, what was the point? You don't buy it. Yeah, I could see where Tika's coming from. We'll have to judge it for ourselves when we get to 13. I remember when people were really upset that Tifa wasn't going to have huge boobs in the remake. Apparently forgetting that in the PS1 days they were either huge or just didn't exist. I mean, cough cough, Yuffie cough cough. Yeah, Russia will ban games for being gay. Isn't Vanille's brand, like, really upper thigh, though? Like, very much upper thigh? Like, high upper thigh? And also, Vanille's introduced maybe kind of flirting with Hope. I'd say Tifa was toned down in Advent Children. But that's going off memory, I don't remember specific design. In 1,000 years. Oh, I'm not saying this is a counter to an argument that Vanille is gay. I'm just saying, like, that's a reason to be a little bit like, you know, maybe you shouldn't be showing off your what was it called? Brand? Lassie brand? Maybe you shouldn't be showing off your Lassie brand so much. Well, Vanille and Fang, and presumably by extension everybody from Grand Pulse is Australian, it seems. They both sound Australian. How are we doing with this? Welcome to our planet of Australia. It's kind of like what Dragon Age did with, beginning with Dragon Age 2. Yeah. Beginning with Dragon Age 2, they decided that all of the daily shelves would be Welsh. Yeah, I'll be here when you get back, Clem. We've still got like an hour and a half at least. Yeah, Dragon Age 1, like, the elves are all, like, the standard dialect. It's supposed to be English, but they're basically American. And Dragon Age 2 and Inquisition, there's like, no, the daily shelves are Welsh. Kind of weird that they ended up doing that in the second game rather than the first. The first game had the whole thing of, like, Ferelden was basically supposed to be England, Orlais was supposed to be France, and Tiva was supposed to be Italy, and stuff like that. You know, yeah, I guess there would be basically rednecks in that case. But Dragon Age is also one of those things that's like, the greatest enemy to civilization is man. And man is such a terrible creature. And it's like, do we need this in fantasy again? We have a different fantasy story than humans are the most racist things ever. And you know what? Like, if we have a fantasy story that isn't humans are the most racist things ever, I would appreciate if it isn't just elves are the most racist things ever, because that is also overdone. This is why sci-fi is more interesting. You think fantasy and there's a general set in your head of what that means. Sci-fi, I feel, is a more creative field. I think that idea specifically of the elves being kind of racist and smug is very much a Tolkien thing. Yeah. Zeodite and then Smash. Yeah, the idea of like the standard fantasy setting is just really. It's why sci-fi can be more interesting because, like, especially with sci-fi not wanting to copy other sci-fi, you end up with them trying to be more creative with it, and it can be more interesting. Like, Mass Effect's got problems, but its sci-fi world is interesting. I mean, I suppose when I say sci-fi, I mean like off-planet exploration-based sci-fi. Sci-fi with aliens. It's not just a case of, like, yeah, elves, dwarves, racist humans, and various monsters. Also dragons, probably. Space dragons. The best kind of dragons, space dragons. There we go. Alright, we're getting there. It's slow going, but we're getting there. I'd like to have all this grinding done today. Kind of skeptical on whether or not that's actually going to happen, but we'll see. Alright, what do you got? Mantra. The specific wording on that was weird. How are new skills learned? By mantra? By the mantra grid? Or karma? Like, by accumulating karma to level up? Like, a little bit. What does that mean? That's elements. Which happens so rarely, I forget that's even a thing. Really? You know what I'm thinking about is, like, what could you possibly get for answering all 100 questions correctly? And you know it's probably going to be a bonus boss fight with King Frost. Or Black Frost. That could work. No, it's cool, Chanson. Mostly just speculation. And I expect the way Shin Megami Tensei goes, it's probably a bonus fight with an enemy you don't see otherwise. Black Frost is a great persona in Persona 4. It's like, oh, here's like the easiest 4 Persona fusion monster to get. And it absorbs fire and ice, nullifies darkness, and has no weaknesses. It's like, you know what? That's good. And it's also a magician. It's of the Magician Arcana. And leveling Magician is something that begins really early. So by the time you're able to do it, you're probably on like at least social and level 5. Black Frost is great in Persona 4. And then beat the last one to death. It's good work. Making my way through that. The Frosts are pretty good. I like the design of Jack Frost. It's a nice design. King Frost not so much. I do quite like Black Frost's design. Not as much as Jack Frost's, but it's still a nice design. It is simple design, yeah. And there's also the thing of like, Devil's Survivor was my first SMT game. What is a supporting character in Devil Survivor? Black Frost. That Black Frost was cool. Almost there. How many after this? Just don't start looking for numbers above people's heads. I just think to myself, like, yeah, Devil Survivor, a great game to stream. And then I take a second thought, it's like, would it? Bearing in mind, like, turn-based tactical RPGs are not my forte to begin with, and Devil Survivor is brutal. Never gonna forget that Jezebel fight. I wonder if Devil Survivor Overclocked actually made the difficulty less bullshit. Didn't play much of Overclocked. Wasn't into the voice acting. Really put me off. Played through the game like a few times on DS. And the DS version has no voice acting because how many DS games had voice acting? And it's like jump to 3DS and it's like, now there's voice acting, it's like full voice acting. And it's like, you know what, hearing this character speak now is kind of off-putting. Apparently, Devil Survivor Overclocked was an experiment by Atlus to see how much voice acting they could fit into a 3DS cartridge. in preparation for Shin Megami Tensei 4. E3, I don't even remember what happens on specific days. I think day 2 is the fight with Wendigo. Day 3 might be a calmer day, and then day 4 things start getting a little more crazy. And then 5 ramps up, 6 ramps up, and then 7's the conclusion. It's surprising to think, like, with how much goes on in that game and how the escalation feels fairly smooth, that the game only takes place over 7 days. Yeah. I like Devil Survivor. Like, it had a lot going for it. It was a really well-designed idea. And like, add that to the list. Like, if we ever get the ability to stream 3DS, Devil Survivor Overclocked is on that list. Not Devil Survivor 2. Not Devil Survivor 2 or Devil Survivor 2 Record Breaker, no. Overclocked? Yes. Some good work, Surf. I mean, if we get the ability to stream 3DS, it'd be SMT4, Overclocked, Soul Hackers, and Strange Journey Redux. 4 SMTs on 3DS that I do really want to stream. Hell, it'd be nice to have an excuse to actually finish Soul Hackers. Yeah, my system probably isn't as beefy as Lino's to stream while emulating. Even then, I've had trouble myself with Citra. Alright, let's see. Sept, Agidine, Fire Amp. Bufudine. Oh, you got it running smoothly, Teak? You got any thoughts on what you want to stream on 3DS then? Really disappointing that DS and 3DS are like the only systems I don't have a good way of doing. With the exception of like the Saturn. Well, like, honestly, I don't care about the Saturn. The only thing I'd be really interested in streaming on Sega Saturn would be Nocturne in the Moonlight. Saturn exclusive version of Symphony of the Night. That'd be the only thing I'd be interested in. Dragon Quest VII's a fair point, although I wouldn't be surprised if Teak was fully willing to do the PS1 version. Bravely Default makes sense. If you're going to do that, I do have a recommendation of check out Final Fantasy IV Heroes of Light first. Like, Bravely Default gets all the attention, but 4 Heroes of Light was really good. I preferred 4 Heroes of Light. And Bravely Default was the spiritual successor, basically. Okay, this is ice, and then wind. Force. Yes. Yeah, 4 Heroes of Light was pretty good. And like I said, I preferred it to Bravely Default. But I think I'm on record enough now saying that I didn't like Bravely Default. Yeah. Let's see, Zio. Yeah, the Dragon Warrior 7. You know what? Pixel art has its appeals. I can't give you a compelling reason, honestly, Teak. I have never done Dragon Quest 7. It was always a pain for me to pick up. Like, for a long time, my best emulation solution for PS1 was PSP. And there were 2 games on PSP that I couldn't get running at all. Bugs Bunny Lost in Time, which was a game I grew up with, I had a lot of nostalgia with, and really enjoy, and Dragon Warrior 7. So I didn't get the chance to play Dragon Warrior 7 at a time when I would have. It's like, I've got it on 3DS now, but like, I've also got a shitload of other stuff on 3DS that I'm not playing. And so I've just not done Dragon Quest 7 in any form. Eight though, 8 you should go with the PS2 version, undeniably. The 3DS version has 2 extra characters, but like the PS2 version is the better version. And also, for some reason, the 3DS version of Dragon Quest 8 has the opposite of the PS2 version. On the PS2 version, Japan got the MIDI soundtrack, and when it was released in the West, we got a fully orchestrated version. On the 3DS, Japan gets the fully orchestrated soundtrack, and the West gets the MIDI soundtrack, and I have no idea why. But like, there were a bunch of other really nice improvements that were added to the Western version of Dragon Quest 8 on PS2 anyway. It is weird, I don't get it. Like, I know Koichi Sugiyama is a very traditionalist prick about orchestrated music in Dragon Quest. It's like, let's not forget, Dragon Quest XI launched on PS4 and PC with MIDI soundtracks. Yeah. It's like one of the selling points of Dragon Quest XI S was, hey, fully orchestrated soundtrack. And of course, now you've got the thing with Dragon Quest XI that people are complaining about. Now that S is available on PS4, Xbox One, and PC, Square has delisted the original Dragon Quest XI release, and some people aren't happy about that. Just 3. Original on PS4, original on 3DS, and S. Yeah, some people aren't happy about it because Dragon Quest XI S on PC, PS4, and Xbox One supposedly is just an upscaled version of the Switch version. I've not looked into this, but apparently if you actually get into examining it, the original PS4 version looks better. It looks better than the PS4 version of S. Yeah. And it's weird considering it's something Square hasn't done before. Like, let's go back to Dissidia. Both Duodecim and original Dissidia are available to download on PSP. Despite the fact that original Dissidia has no reason to exist when Duodecim is there. Yeah, if you're after the graphics or whatever, and I've heard some people just really aren't into the extra stuff that was added in S. Like, if you want the original version, if you have the original version, and you want the music, if you've got it on PC, people modded the orchestrated soundtrack into that ages ago. Like, before S even came out, modders put the orchestrated soundtrack into PC version, because the orchestrated soundtrack always existed. They just didn't put it in. Am I blurry? Maybe a little bit. Let me deactivate and reactivate. There we go, that's cleaner. But yeah, it's just... I mean, I've got Dragon Quest XI S here on Switch. Like the cartridge. The webcam's weird about its focusing. I don't really know how to deal with it. Oh, you think so, Teak? Let me take a look at them. I messed with this last week. That's too much. 450 maybe. Smoothness, let's see where this goes for us. Ghost Chrono. Bye bye. Not that. It was at 80. Smoothness was at 80, and I think that's like, I think 80 is fine. I think that's too much. 80. 450. I don't. It looks fine to me, Teague. What are you thinking with it? Don't follow me, Chance. I'm gonna haunt you. Definitely a ghost now. So about Dragon Quest, yeah. It's like I didn't get Dragon Quest on PS4. Largely because, like, I think S was announced before it came out over here on PS4. Because, you know, Square just takes way too long to release Dragon Quest in the West to begin with. So I waited for the Switch version. I bought the Switch version at a reduced price. It was brand new, but I got it somewhere that did it a little cheaper. Yeah, like the chroma key looks fine to me, Teague. What are you thinking with it? Dragon Quest XI S is Definitive Edition, Chanson. There's no, like, S is not separate from Definitive Edition. Just let me bust this out. Read the tiny ass writing. The writing's too small. But no, Dragon Quest XI S is the Definitive Edition. To be fair, I can't blame you for that mistake. Because, like, the naming convention of it is pretty dumb. You'd think It's like, oh, Dragon Quest 11, and then Dragon Quest 11S is the Switch version. And then the definitive edition of that would be the Switch version ported onto more powerful systems, and it's not. Yeah. But yeah. Any thoughts about what you're going to do instead of Dragon Quest X, Teague? And it's also pretty unfortunate that you're not going to be able to play Dragon Quest 9 as it was intended. Like, Dragon Quest 9 single player is kind of dull, honestly. It's very similar to Dragon Quest 3. But if you manage to play Dragon Quest 9 like with other people, Dragon Quest 9 is like the most fun you'll have in the series. But you could always do FF11. At least FF11 was released in the West. But, like, God help you if you try to do FF11. I was fortunate enough that Dragon Quest 9 came out while I was in college, and that a bunch of my friends also got Dragon Quest 9. So I got to play the co-op of Dragon Quest 9, unlike like so many other games that really want you to play them co-op. Square should re-release Dragon Quest 9 and give it like online multiplayer. There's no real reason why it couldn't be online. Awesome. Yeah, like I say, I was very fortunate with 9. See, a bunch of my college friends, the same bunch of college friends, also played a lot of Pokemon. I think I was the only one in the group that played Ace Attorney. But they ended up getting Dragon Quest. I have no idea why. But they did. That's fine. I finished it before them, but I did run it co-op with them a bunch, which was a lot of fun. But yeah, without the co-op, it is basically just Dragon Quest 3 again. In gameplay execution. Although it takes a leaf out of Final Fantasy V and has the job system, which can be quite enjoyable. Until Square put out Final Fantasy IV Heroes of Light, Dragon Quest 9 was the closest Square had to call back to the classic Final Fantasy job system. It was good. Good stuff. A lot of fun. Yeah, 6 on DS, Realms of... I think the US version of 6 on DS is Realms of Revelation. Over here it's Realms of Reverie. 7 on PlayStation. You can change jobs in Tensei. I've not played Tensei, so yeah, that makes sense. 7 PlayStation or 3DS is fine. 8 you want PS2, 9 is only available on DS. God knows what you're doing with 10. And then 11, like, pick your poison. I think really matters. Yeah, I've heard about the dress spheres, but I've just not played 10-2. When the HD remasters came out, because I don't have 10-2 on PS2, when the HD remaster came out, my intention was like, I'll play through FF10 again and then do 10-2. And here we are, I think, like, what, 5-6 years later? And I've still not actually done that playthrough of FF10 all the way through. You psychic. I'll do 10-2 at some point. I want to go into it, like, not carrying the expectation. Only on international in Japan. Alright. I want to go into 10-2 not carrying the expectation that it's going to be bad. There's, like Dirge of Cerberus, like, it has a reputation. But like Dirge of Cerberus, I don't want to let its reputation really... Bastard. I don't want to let its reputation colour my opinion of it. Final Fantasy... I'm curious to see what you choose for 5 and 6, Teak. And then, of course, with 7, like, you could go with anything with 7. Chances are you'll mod the PC version in some interesting ways. 8, I would say PS1, but I could understand why you'd go for remastered. 9, I'd say PS1, but I could understand why you'd go with PC. 10? I could understand any version of 10. Like, if you want to go with the original US PS1, PS2 release, understandable, doesn't have Dark Aeons or Penance, which can really bog the game down for some people. But otherwise, like, HD version, PS4, PCs, you can't really go wrong. Yeah. That's why I don't really want to let other people's opinions of it like affect my opinion going into it. It's like you consider stuff like Majora's Mask, and a lot of people aren't into Majora's Mask because it's very different to Ocarina. But I think I played Majora's Mask at the right time without anybody else's opinions affecting my perception of it. I was young enough that it was just a case of, this is another Zelda. Is it different? So, it's another Zelda. It's my 3rd Zelda game as well, so like, what is Zelda set in my mind? Still has the cool game. Yeah. But I suppose the benefit is I'm not going to go into 10-2 expecting it to be the same as Final Fantasy. So that'll probably help, like, having some expectations of it, knowing that it's not going to be more Final Fantasy X. Let's see, we have dropped a total of 24 frames throughout this entire stream. That is less than 0.1%. So it might just be you, Chansum, or it might have just been just then 24 frames hit and it buffered a little bit. But if it's any more than that, that is not on our end. All the same, let me check on my side here. Yeah, it looks fine on my side. Welcome back, Sina. Alright. Yeah. I tried FF11 once. It's on my Steam. I bought it years ago. I think it was £10 on sale with everything that came out at that point. And I think since then, they either haven't released another expansion or they released one expansion. Like, FF11 was just a bastard to deal with. Just to get it set up. Stand down, there we go. Because, like, to set it up, FF14 is simple. You set up an account through Square. FF11 requires you to set up an account through the Play Online service, which existed back in 2001, and now only exists for the sake of Final Fantasy XI. And it's very clearly a website that hasn't been updated in a long time. But you jump through all the bullshit hoops just to get the damn thing, get your account registered. And then you end up actually playing FF11. And FF11 is an RP, and it is an MMO from like 2001. Welcome back, Chanson. But yeah, FF11 is an MMO from 2001, and it is not friendly to play. Let me see that. Yeah, let's go hit up a heal point. And of course, with 12, you want the Zodiac Age is like the only version really worth doing. And then 13, the entire 13 trilogy is on PC. I don't know how well they run on PC. And then 14, if you want to go with that. And then 15 is on PC. 15 actually has the interesting problem. If you're going to go with 15, do you get the DLC or do you just play the game as it was released? Did the Windows edition come with the DLC? Anybody know that? Anybody know that offhand? Whether the Windows edition of FF15 came with the Season Pass? Yeah, but Seek's primarily a PC gamer, is my thought. And, like, it's like if the Windows edition, because the Windows edition I think came out around the same time as the Royal edition. If it is basically the Royal edition, like, yeah, no, go for it. I don't know if it's the Royal edition, that's the thing. They call it the Windows edition, but I don't know if it's the Royal edition. But even then, like, you're still missing DLC for it. The Arden DLC. I have that now. I bought it for, I think it was like £4 or something a few months back on a sale. So now I have all of 15, except for the book that ties up the loose ends because Final Fantasy 15 is still an unfinished game. It's like they had a whole second set of DLC planned, and it turned out, I guess, nobody gave a shit anymore. Because why would they? So they only released the Arden in Is the World. Yeah, go with the PC version then. It's like they only released the Arden DLC. They had a DLC planned for Luna Freya, and I'm sure there was a third one. I can't remember what it was. But they took the cancelled DLC and put it out as a book, which I don't think has been released outside Japan. So no matter what you do, Final Fantasy 15 is an unfinished game. And Square can say it isn't, and they'll be lying to you. I'm gonna set that up, like, I'm gonna set it so we hit 200 followers, we'll do 15. I think that'll be a long enough time away. Because like the amount of time it's taken us to get close to 150 followers since hitting 100 has been pretty substantial. It did? Cool, I am never gonna read it. Because you know what, I've given enough money to 15. To be fair, I've given less money to Final Fantasy 15 than I have Persona 5. It was cheaper for me to buy the Royal Edition on its own. Like, buy the Royal Edition, the full game and everything, than it was for me to buy the Season Pass and the Royal Pack. It was £20, fully sealed, brand new. It was like, I was on a site, was it the Game Collection or something? I bought a few games off there. They do, like, the delivery's really fast, it's a really good site. I've not been on there in ages, but I've not bought anything in ages. £20, brand new. Like, maybe a month after it came out. I was like, yeah, no, fucking I bought it. I have the DLC now. What is the physical Royal Edition? It's the standard game with codes for the DLC. Yeah. The only reason I have the DLC is because, like, the Royal Edition, £20 new. And you've got to get the Royal Edition new because the Royal Edition is just the base game with codes for the DLC. There we go. Oh, well, no, there you go. These fights are such a waste of time. Yeah, like, I got the Royal Edition and sold the Deluxe Edition that I had. And the only reason I had the Deluxe Edition was because I got it for a cheaper price. You know, Asani, you're the one that sold it to me. £30 second hand. I was like, yeah, no, fuck it, why not? And then I got the Royal Edition for 20, and I didn't need 2 copies of the game. Yeah, you do. And I also looked out for you. How's your copy of Suikoden 3? Have you played it yet? The answer will, of course, be no. At some point, I'm going to get around to playing Suikoden on stream. It's a good series. Of course, the answer is no. Like to show you even have a way to play it. Yeah, Suikoden's an interesting series. Largely for the idea that it's a JRPG series where the focus is on politics and war, and not fighting a monster. And you know what? That's a really refreshing change. It's like how my interest in Stellar Deus, The Gate of Eternity, is pretty much entirely because the plot is focused around a religious war. It's like, how many games do you see that with? Cool premise. Of course, I got into Suikoden because of Suikoden Tearcrease on the DS. The bastard child of the series. Apparently, a lot of the the hardcore Suikoden fans really don't like Tearcrease because it's very different from the rest of the series. But Tearcrease is the reason I actually got into Suikoden. It's more standard JRPG than the rest of the series. But you know what? It's not a bad game. And I found the plot to be pretty interesting. Yeah, now I'm at the point where I have all of the Suikoden games, which is nice. All the ones released outside Japan, at least. I don't have Suikoden or anything. But yeah, Suikoden will be fun. Get around to that eventually. Every now and then I think about the RPGs I've got lined up that I've actually said I'll do. Because like, we've got the rest of Digital Devil Saga 2. Bane redeemed a playthrough of Skies of Arcadia. Klim redeemed a playthrough of FF7. I've said I'll do Nier, which I keep forgetting that I said I'd do. And Legend of Dragoon, of course. And then I also want to do Legend of Heroes Trails in the Sky. And I want to go back and finish that playthrough of Lost Odyssey that I started last year. That's like, I think, 7 RPGs. And I think the shortest of them is going to be Final Fantasy VII. So yeah, that's going to be fun. Try and get through all of those. And like, we're coming up to the 150 followers, like Final Fantasy 13. And I feel like I've cancelled a lot lately, and I don't want to cancel any of that. I don't want to end up with the reputation amongst people who watch the stream. Like, I'll say I'll do stuff, and then don't. It's like we cancelled the Code Veronica playthrough because, you know, we cancelled the Alien Isolation playthrough because it really wasn't enjoyable. And we cancelled Project Zero because it wasn't fun to play. I feel like we've cancelled enough recently. I don't want to cancel anything else that we said we'll do. And the same goes with Ninja Gaiden. Like, I don't want to cancel Ninja Gaiden. It's difficult, the checkpointing is absolute bullshit, but I'm not cancelling it. I'm gonna beat that game. Like, when it's working, Ninja Gaiden is pretty exhilarating. Like, that fight with Alma on Saturday was brutal, and it felt like I went into it and the amount of damage she was doing, how difficult the attacks were to avoid, it felt like it was a supposed to lose fight, but it wasn't. It was a fight you were supposed to win. But then when I got it down, and like the sequence where I actually won the fight, because like I said to Klim, like, I can understand why this is your favourite fight in the game. This is actually really cool. and it just took me actually getting better at it and reading the patterns and praying the camera wouldn't crap out on me. It's like once we're done with Ninja Gaiden, I want to start doing one of the games that's been redeemed on Saturdays, but I also want to do Ninja Gaiden 2. I've never done the original 360 version of Ninja Gaiden 2. I've only ever done Sigma 2 on PS3. And that's different enough that I really want to do original 2. You say that, Chanson, but I think of the stuff like that, supposed to lose fights that you can win, and often the ones I can think of have you in a position where it's like, oh no, the villain's too strong, even though you've won. Oh, that's what you were talking about. I don't find that. I find that kind of infuriating. Like, you put in all the effort and you do actually come out on top, and the game says no, you're still lost. Yeah. There's an interesting case with Disgaea 1 of there's at least one supposed to lose fight in that, but you can win, and it gets you a bad ending if you do. But to win, like, you have to go so far out of the way grinding to be capable of winning that. And if you do win it, you get a bad ending. So it's kind of interesting. Areas and disappointing. I think it's something that if you're not gonna do it on your first playthrough. If you do it on a repeat playthrough, you're probably like really understanding of what Disgaea is gonna be like. The kind of tone Disgaea has, and it's more reasonable that way. But that's Disgaea for you. Disgaea 6 was announced and has been shown off. And it's been the first case with the Disgaea where I'm just like, I don't care. I've not even looked at the trailer. It's not even like, yeah, no, the trailer hasn't interested me. It's like, I don't care. That's interesting. There's the case in Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi 2, which is a game that was really bad about making you win fights. And after the fight, because like every single fight in the series in Dragon Ball Z was represented in Budokai Tenkaichi 2. It was kind of impressive to think about. But you always played as the good guys, and so you had stuff like so much of the Frieza saga was like Vegeta versus Frieza, and you had to win that. And the cutscene afterwards, oh no, he's too strong, and then Piccolo turns up, Piccolo versus Frieza, and you have to win that fight. And the cutscene afterwards was, oh no, he's too strong. Welcome back, Clint. And like, it was infuriating with that. But there were 3 occasions in the game where there were fights that you were supposed to lose. I only remember specifically the first one when Raditz meets Piccolo. No. Sagas was not an RPG. Budokai games were not RPGs. There's Budokai, the Budokai series, which is more direct fighting games, and then the Budokai Tenkaichi series, which are more 3D arena fighting games that try to represent Dragon Ball Z's fighting a little better. No. There are Dragon Ball RPGs. The older Dragon Ball games on, like, the Famicom were RPGs. Dragon Ball Z Attack of the Saiyans on DS is the only JRPG in the series I can think of. And then there's the Legacy of Goku games on Game Boy Advance, which are action RPGs. But yeah, no, like, there's 3 fights in Tenkaichi 2 which you're supposed to lose. And the enemy is so much stronger than you are. And the only one I can remember specifically is the first one. Yeah, there was a bunch of those, like, at least 2 of them on the Famicom, and then on the Super Famicom as well. Raditz meets Piccolo at the start of DBZ. And in the show, Raditz powers up and is about to kill Piccolo, and Piccolo's like, oh shit, he's really strong, I won't stand a chance. In Budokai Tenkaichi 2, that's a fight, and Raditz wipes the floor with you playing as Piccolo. But if you manage to win that fight, it creates a whole what-if scenario of Piccolo wins and beats Raditz, and Raditz gets amnesia, and there's this whole sequence that's kind of interesting as a what-if scenario. I think a bunch of those have actually been fan-translated now, Teak. But like, I'm not into card battle systems. Chansum can vouch for that. There was another one as well. Like, there's 3 of them. The second one, I think, is Vegeta's first fight against Zarbon. Krell. Krell? No, that's Budokai 1. I'm talking about Budokai Tenkaichi 2. Budokai 1 had a few what-if scenarios as well. But I don't think they were based on winning or losing particular fights. Yeah, Budokai Tenkaichi 2, the second one, I think, was if Vegeta wins the fight against Zarbon, his first fight against Zarbon. And there's a what-if scenario there where Zarbon goes off on his own and rebels against Frieza and tries to steal the Dragon Balls for himself. It was kind of interesting. And then the last one was in the Buu Saga. I can't remember the specific fight it is, but the entire thing there ends up with Goku and Vegeta basically destroying Barbity. They don't fuck around. They destroy Barbity and then get straight into their fight that they were both after at the Tenkaichi Budokai, the World Tournament, which was the reason why Goku came back. Like, they're the only examples I can think of winning a supposed to lose fight and having an actual point to it. Yeah, Budokai 1 had a bunch of what-if scenarios, like one where Vegeta gets really angry at Goku during the Saiyan Saga. Like, Goku's like, why the hell did you kill Nappa? And Vegeta is like, Nappa's a proud Saiyan warrior, he died the way he should have. And gets really angry at Goku for it, and beats Goku, and then thinks about how Nappa's dead, and gets angrier and turns into a Super Saiyan. And it's really weird and dumb. Yeah, pretty much, Goku's a horrible father. It's like, hey, I can come back to Earth for 1 day, and then never do it again. I'm gonna come back so that I can compete in a tournament. It is dumb, like, a bunch of Budokai 1's what-ifs are pretty dumb. Budokai Tenkaichi 3 was better about having you win fights in the story mode. In Tenkaichi 2, you were always playing as the good guys, even if the good guys lost. So you'd win the fight, and the cutscene afterwards would be the opponent's too strong. Tenkaichi 3 just decided to have you play as the winner of the fight. Teak, you're not wrong. Chansum, Goku marries Chi-Chi because when they were kids and Goku saved Chi-Chi, Chi-Chi was like, marry me, and he was like, okay. And then Chi-Chi comes back during the final arc of Dragon Ball in the tournament and faces off against Goku and is like, reveals to him, is like, yeah, no, I'm Chi-Chi and you promised to marry me. It's like, I thought marriage was food. But, because, like, yeah, no, I agreed, so I'll do it. And that's why Goku and Chi-Chi are married. Yep. It's largely a case of Chi-Chi really took advantage of Goku with that, and Chi-Chi is not in the right. Goku isn't in the right later on, but Chi-Chi really isn't in the right there. And the whole thing of forcing Goku to change, and especially in Super, like, Goku get a job. And it's like, you knew what you were getting into when you married him. The marriage that you really forced on him and took advantage with, you don't get to complain about that shit. Bearing in mind, I'm somebody who will not defend Goku on a lot of stuff. I think Goku is a horrible character, especially by Dragon Ball Super. Ah, but that doesn't pay the bills. It becomes a case of, like, Goku, by the end of... In Z, maybe not so much, but definitely in Super, Goku wasn't as bad in Z. But by Super, Goku is insufferable. And Chi-Chi was also really insufferable all throughout Z. Yeah, Akira Toriyama. Yeah. Akira Toriyama is really weird about a lot of his writing to begin with. It's like, hey, why did Launch disappear after Dragon Ball and didn't appear at all in Z? Because he forgot she existed. And it's like, Yeah, it's Toriyama. If you're ever unsure, just, like, look up whoever was behind the art for all of Dragon Quest. Well, that's the thing, it's not even just being friends with one of the most intelligent families on Earth. You'd think Bulma would be entirely willing to just pay for Goku's entire family for the rest of their lives. And then, especially after the end of Z, you'd think Hercule would be willing to do that as well. Especially since he's now actually in that family with Gohan marrying Videl. That's an interesting thought, Seek, and it wouldn't surprise me if that was true. Yeah, the whole thing with Super, especially when Future Trunks kisses Mai, and Goku is like, Trunks, what did you just do with your mouth? And it's like, yeah, haha, funny moment, but also, seriously. No, but you think, like, there's no need in any way for Goku to get a job. Yeah, Ox King is rich. I think a lot of it is just Chi-Chi. Like, Chi-Chi's just like, no, we can't live off their charity. Like, okay. It is stupid writing, and like amongst many of the problems just to have with Super. Super was so bad. And it's like, okay, I don't have nostalgia for Z. I did not watch Z at a young enough age to have nostalgia for it. And while Z has its problems, the core of Z is like you talk about like stick to fighting. Okay. You think Super when it was fighting was great? I disagree. I think Super's fighting was terrible. Tournament of Power, maybe. I quit partway through that. I was just tired of Super. And it had been like 120 episodes. Like, even before Super, starting with Battle of Gods, the fighting was bad, but it became really noticeable with Resurrection F. Like, the fight between Frieza and everybody else who fights Frieza is a case of it's not a fight, it's one character dominates the fight, and then another character dominates the fight. It's like Goku starts fighting Frieza, and Goku and Frieza decide to power up, and Frieza, he's dominating the fight. And then Goku goes Super Saiyan Blue, and then dominates the fight, and then Frieza goes Golden Frieza, and then Frieza dominates the fight, and then stops dominating the fight because of plot reasons, which admittedly the plot reasons were decent. I like the plot reasons for that. It was like, yeah, no, Frieza achieved Golden Form, and then immediately went to Earth without actually practicing on maintaining it. Good writing, I like that. But, the fight is just like one character dominates, then the other character dominates, and that continued throughout Super. You say that, Teak, but I would say that it's a different case. Everybody's so powerful, and they made power mean nothing. It's like, okay, Tournament of Power coming up, and everybody in that tournament is likely to be at least on Super Saiyan 2 level. Okay. Let's take Master Roshi, a character who was outclassed in every single way in Dragon Ball. And at that point, you realize it doesn't matter. And it's like, oh yeah, no, there's like a couple of episodes in Super where Goku gets shot. And it's like, oh no, Goku might die from this. And it's like, wait a minute, didn't Dragon Ball open with Bulma shooting Goku in the head, and Goku was just like, ow, that hurt? And there's an entire sequence in Super of like, no, Goku's been shot, he might die. Like, I think the best example, honestly, of how bad Super's fighting was comes in Broly. Because Broly has a direct comparison to make that is very much in a similar way. I didn't want to do that. It's like, okay, so Dragon Ball Super Broly happens. Great. And Broly's really strong, and so what's the fight? Vegeta gets the fight for once, which is really nice. I like that. And what is it? Vegeta starts the fight, and then Broly gets stronger, so Vegeta powers up. and Broly gets stronger, so Vegeta goes to another form, and Broly gets stronger, and then Vegeta goes to another form, and that's the fight. And then eventually Broly's just too strong to deal with, so they go away, and then Broly starts dominating Frieza, and then they come back and as Gogeta. And at that point, the fight doesn't even visually make sense. Especially when it's the case of, oh no, they're so powerful they've broken into a different dimension of bad CGI backgrounds that, like, bad abstract CGI backgrounds, and nothing makes sense. And it's really bad. The entire thing is just really not interesting or entertaining. Compare that with the legendary Super Saiyan, Broly the legendary Super Saiyan. They break time. Break the fucking... It was dumb. And it didn't look appealing, and it didn't work out in an appealing way. It's like, compare that to Legendary Super Saiyan Broly, the original movie, where the fight is Broly versus Goku, Gohan, Trunks, Vegeta joins in, and Piccolo joins in, and Broly beats the shit out of all 5 of them. And that fight is fantastic. What's the difference? Because Broly's dominating that fight as well. Nobody puts up a good fight. And, like, specifically with the comparison of Broly, like, considering how it becomes more than just one character dominating the fight. It comes down to, I think the choreography in Super is terrible. And the fights in Z were at least visually interesting and cool. And at the best, the fights also had character moments. Like, consider the final fight against Kid Buu on the Kai's planet. It's like Goku Super Saiyan 3 versus Kid Buu. And Goku just starts biting Kid Buu. They start biting each other, and it's like, you know what? It's fucking dumb. I like it, because it's character. And Vegeta Super Saiyan 2 versus Kid Buu, getting the shit kicked out of him, and then getting back up repeatedly, and it's good character. And Super, I feel, just doesn't have any of that in its fights. And again, everything comes down to, in Super, just more transformations. It's like, oh no, Beerus has arrived. What are we gonna do? Super Saiyan God. Oh no, Golden Frieza. Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan. I think Vegeta was the best character of Super. I think Vegeta was one of the few things Super got right. Yeah, and it's incredibly frustrating that Vegeta doesn't get to shine because Goku has to win everything. It's like the whole thing of Goku's like, yeah, come on Vegeta, let's go train or fight in a preliminary tournament. I can't remember exactly what the whole thing was. But when Bullet is about to be born, and Vegeta, completely against what his previous character would have been like, is like, no. No training, no going off to fight shit. I'm staying with my wife who is giving birth to my child. And Goku's like, come on, you don't need to see that. It's like, you know what, fuck off, Goku. Vegeta's good character. Let's be fair, nobody beats Zamasu. Which is a big part of the reason why that was so unsatisfying. Yeah, didn't Android 17 do that? Like I said, I didn't finish Tournament of Power, I got sick of it. 120 odd episodes of garbage, and I didn't want to stick around for more. Trunks kinda did. That brings up the case of... Yeah, Zeno. That brings up the case of... Like, okay, we bring back Vegito. And you know that exists only for fan... to, like, please the fans. Because Vegito accomplishes nothing. Work together and take him out. Yeah. Every now and then I think of going back and finishing it, but it's like... I quit for a reason. Hey Barry Bones, welcome to the stream, buddy. We're grinding to hit some mantras, and then we're going to go and take on the Seraphs. Yes. This is going to take out the bonus, the extra bosses, the optional bosses. Yeah, welcome to the stream. Yeah, like, the one, like, Ultra Instinct as well. Like, Ultra Instinct at least had foreshadowing, but again, was just another transformation. The one transformation I actually liked, because it had existing reason, was in the Universe 6 vs 7 arc, where Goku's fighting against Hit, and it's like, oh no, Super Saiyan Blue isn't good enough. So he goes Kaioken. And it's like, you know what? Reasonable. It has a reason to exist. It's not pulling shit out of nowhere. Yeah. And the fact that all the transformations are different hair colours. Oh, Super Saiyan God is red. Goku's standard hair, but red. The Super Saiyan Blue is Super Saiyan hair, but blue. Yeah. And it's like, you know what? People have issues with GT. Yeah. Like, people have issues with GT, but you know what? Super Saiyan 4 was visually interesting. Well, that's a case, Chansum, of... Do you want to work for it, or do you want to just look like you've put the effort in for a cheap cost? GT opens terribly. The Black Star Dragon Ball arc is terrible. Once the baby arc kicks off, it gets better. And it's easy to forget that GT's entire run is like 60 episodes. Is that because Super Saiyan God was awesome, Clem, or is that just because seeing Vegeta get to do something was good? Yeah, the multiverse thing with Time Patrol and various different versions, God knows what's going on with that, because the only stuff I saw of that was like promotional anime shorts for Dragon Ball Heroes. Yeah, GT is only like 60 episodes. Skip the Black Star Dragon Ball. The hair looks good. It's reasonable. Like, skip the Black Star Dragon Ball arc, start the Baby arc, and Baby, Super 17, and the Shadow Dragon sagas. Honestly, you can do worse, and that worse is watching 150 episodes of Super. Dragon Ball Heroes is interesting. It'd be more interesting if they were gonna do something with it. Yeah. Because there's not much there. It's shorts that exist to promote the game, and there's not really anything to it. Dragon Ball Hero stuff is interesting because it seems like fanfiction. I think that's entirely it. It's fanfiction ideas. Like, the actual Dragon Ball stuff that we've gotten has been so uninteresting that fanfiction is a better alternative. Yeah, I think Super Saiyan 4 is a better transformation. Dragon Ball Z abridged. I keep hoping that, like, they turn around after the Cell Saga ending and is like, that's going to be the end. And it's like, it's understandable. Starting the Buu Saga is a huge commitment. And things are getting more and more uncertain for doing that kind of thing on YouTube by the day. That's because none of it exists in the Prime series. Like, that whole thing was started for Dragon Ball Online. And the fact that we got anything more than that is surprising in and of itself with Xenoverse. Yeah, like, they turned around and said after they'd finished the Cell Saga that they weren't going to do any more DBZ abridged. And I understand that. Going into the Buu Saga is a lot to do. Like, the Great Saiyaman Saga alone is way too huge. And the Buu Saga is so full of padding to begin with. But I think a good wrap-up for the series, like an epilogue, would be for them to do BoJack Unbound. They're probably never gonna, and I understand that. I just think it'd be a cool idea. And also the payoff for the BoJack jokes. What CGI short, Steve? I have no idea what you're talking about. What do you mean that's what got them off it? I don't know if they were working on BoJack or not. I just remember the announcement they put out that they were finished with the series. There's several reasons. Like the copyright strikes being one, and the fact they were actually making money now, doing other stuff, and that was something they should focus on. Oh yeah, no, I get what you mean. I've not watched any of those. I see them pop up, I've not watched any of them. Yeah. I know what you're talking about now, too. You know, it's been that long since I saw the announcement, Clem. It might have been. I thought it was more because of, like, the Buu Saga. Like, I remember them specifically talking about the Buu Saga. The Buu Saga is so long. They start it, they'll feel like they have to finish it. And that in itself is years of work. Like, think about how long any of the other sagas took. And remember that the Buu Saga is the longest saga. and like they have their own studio now, and they were actually making money with official dubs. Like they did a dub for the from an anime movie called Hells or something. Like that was all Team 4-Star. Could have abridged it. Yeah, but then you run into the problem of like not pleasing the fans anymore, and fans can be some of the most entitled pricks ever, which is something you also wouldn't want to deal with. And like they've got their own studio now, and they're making money through doing their own dubs and stuff. And Toei has been really unkind about a lot of shit. And the copyright strikes, the copyright claims just keep getting worse. Just across YouTube. Oh no, you're not entitled, I'm not entitled, plenty of people aren't entitled. Plenty of people are... Or plenty of people feel like they are. It's like, from what I'm aware, Toei Animation hates Team 4-Star and outright banned Funimation from working with them. And if Funimation works with them in any capacity that they can tell, that Toei Animation can tell, then Toei will not renew a lot of the shit they have. And let's be fair, Dragon Ball is still one of Funimation's biggest properties. That's fair enough, Clem. You want to be a prick, you be a prick. And like, I know they got around some of that, like in DBZ Kai, in the Boo Saga, when they did the Boo Saga in DBZ Kai, the performers, like when the documentary is showing Hercule's fight against Cell, and the actors who are playing the Z Fighters, the voices were actually Team 4-Star. I know that, and I think that's like the only case. And aside from that, like, Funimation hasn't been able to work with any of them because Toei's like, no. And Funimation can't risk it. And it's like, if you go into the Xenoverse games, like, they had some of the Team 4-Star voice actors in there. Like the most noticeable one was one of the male creator characters was voiced by Takahata 101 doing his Nappa voice. And so he'll do stuff like he'll call special attacks. Yeah, Team 4-Star do make really good videos. How you doing, Danklin? If you've never seen Final Fantasy VII Machine Abridged, I recommend checking it out because it's really good. Really well edited, very funny. But yeah, if you give a male created character in Xenoverse or Xenoverse 2 the Ghost Nappa voice, like it's Nappa, and he has stuff like he'll call attack names wrong and stuff like very Nappa stuff. But now Funimation aren't allowed to work with Team 4-Star. Yeah, Team 4-Star does really good stuff, and like Hellsing Ultimate Abridged is decent, gets kind of reference heavy at times. But generally it's worth at least one watch. But like Machine Abridged, Final Fantasy VII Machine Abridged, I think is like the big good thing they're doing at the minute. Just well worth a watch. Get that heal. Not much more grinding left to do now. Not much more. Yeah, Team 4-star are great. It's worth watching. Like, it's worth playing through FF7, and going through Machine Abridged is gonna spoil the plot for you in some ways and give you the wrong idea in a lot of other ways. Like, I understand that completely, Daglin. It's worth playing though, and it's fairly easy to pick up nowadays if you want to go out and grab it. But if you can, I always recommend the PS1 version. Well, it's not like the HD version is bad enough to just say no to. It's not like it's the PC version of Final Fantasy V or 6. If you have a PS3, you could always pick it up on PSN. And the PS1 version on PSN is fine. Skipping cutscenes. Can't really skip cutscenes in FF7. You have to mash through dialogue, and that in itself is kind of a problem. In an RPG, you're not going to know where to go a lot of the time or what to do. And then the actual cutscenes aren't skippable. It's a PS1 game. Back in the days when skipping cutscenes was just not allowed. Alright, thanks for joining us, Clem. You take care of yourself, buddy. Have a good night at your bowling. Or your trivia, or whatever you're doing today. We'll catch you next time. Since you have to press a button for every individual dialogue box in Final Fantasy VII, I think it'd be easier to get in the habit of not skipping, because skipping everything would be a deliberate choice for every dialogue box. Let's give Clem a shout out. Clem's cool, people. How much longer do I want to do this for? At this point, this is probably around 8 hours of grinding for this. In what way, Danklin? Pushed away from... the cutscenes really got to you in what way? I think Sarah's almost done. And that was the full circle. all the way around. I guess we'll see. At least it turns out we really didn't have to worry about the money for the mantras. Like, we really have been pulling in a lot of money for this. Yeah, no, I know that problem. Final Fantasy X, I think the PS4 version of FF10 HD lets you skip cutscenes, which is nice because, like, unskippable cutscenes after you die. Okay, well, that means we are leaving. Yeah, just wanting to play. It's kind of an awkward thing. Like, you're in the wrong genre for that if you just want to play and not see the story. But if you're enjoying the battle system, like, what else is there to it that can set it? Because it's, if you're into the battle system but you don't want to watch the cutscene, it's like, what can you do with an RPG when a big part of the point of an RPG is the story? And anything that's lighter on story has less interesting battle systems. That is a dilemma. It's an interesting thought. I don't have a recommendation for you, Denklin. It's kind of the awkward thing. Like, RPGs, especially old RPGs, you're expected to sit and go through the story and really get invested. And so a lot of them don't really offer anything, any way of playing without that. Oh, what I could say. Like, FF10 has a good story, it's worth experiencing, but if you're not into the story, but you just want to play the gameplay. But we play RPGs on this channel, play quite a bunch. If you stick around, maybe we'll be able to get you interested in an RPG story. I don't know. Yeah, FF10 going way more turn-based, like dropping the active time battle system and being entirely turn-based and not real-time in any way was really good, very strategic, very enjoyable. But yeah, stick around, might be able to show you an RPG with a story you'd be interested in. Gameplay-wise, if you want to just focus on gameplay, like we've got Digital Devil Saga 2 here. And I've said in the past that it's kind of a problem with the first game, that the first game puts you out for like 15 hours or so before it really starts bringing the story in. Maybe you'd be into the first Digital Devil Saga, because it's really light on story for so much of the game. Oh no, I totally understand. You like what you like, and just try to think of a way for you to play something like that you could like. Like, Digital Devil Saga 1, playing Digital Devil Saga 2 at the minute. Digital Devil Saga 1 is pretty light on story. You might be able to get into that, and I found the battle system to be really engaging. It's not looking like it right now because we're grinding, but that's because I want to do extra stuff. We're not strong enough to do the extra stuff at the minute. Except it's not even about strength. We're after specific abilities, rather than just being stronger. I don't know, maybe the first Digital Devil Saga might be something for you. It opens with a story, and then, like I say, it drops back for like 15 hours as you go around eliminating the other tribes. And then the story starts to pick up again, but it doesn't do much in the first game. It's been one thing that's been kind of interesting for me with this game, because I've not done this game before, and this game is much heavier on the story. And so you've got the build-up, the slow build-up of the first game, with like results starting to hit immediately with the second game, this game. Like, maybe the first game would be something for you. And if you're not all that interested in the story, you don't have to go to the second one. I don't know. If you can get a copy. This is on PlayStation 2. If you can get a copy of it, cool. These games are starting to go up in price, which is kind of an issue. You can get it on PS3 via the PlayStation Network as a PS2 classic. I don't think it's worth doing that. But if you're not paying attention to the story, it might not be a big issue for you. But one of the big problems I have with it is audio lag. So you're watching the cutscenes, and the voices don't line up with the actual mouth movements. Like, they're way off, because the sound is behind the actual animations. Like, that might work for you, though. I don't know. Yeah, you like what you like, though. Like... As long as what you like isn't illegal, then nobody should really judge you for it. Unless you're in Australia, because then at that point liking games that Australia doesn't allow to exist in that country isn't a problem. Not really. What you played a few and that you enjoyed the story. Which ones? Might be able to recommend something similar for you. Or something with an interesting story kind of similar. One day we'll be done with this grinding. If Ice Master is the last one Sarah needs, I'm gonna put her on learning Daihara next. But not this day. No, if we're gonna fight, if we're fighting the Seraphs, it's probably gonna be Thursday. And Zeodine. Chrono Trigger, now that... It's good taste. Chrono Trigger is fantastic. And you may actually have something of a problem there. Because it's like, oh yeah, no, I just recently started playing JRPGs and found something that I really like. Cool, what did you play? Chrono Trigger. It was great, you started at the top. And now you can only work your way down. It's not entirely true. Chrono Trigger is fantastic. Paper Mario, if you have any way of playing it, Paper Mario The Thousand Year Door, the second Paper Mario game, is really good. With Chrono Trigger, there's Final Fantasy VI, which came out around the same time and is very enjoyable. I'm going through Final Fantasy VI again, myself, off-stream, and I'm really enjoying it. There's Chrono Cross on PlayStation, which is kind of not really a sequel to Chrono Trigger. Don't go into it expecting more Chrono Trigger, but it's also really good. You see, I disagree with that take, because I found Super Mario RPG to be really boring. But it's not a bad idea. Not everybody shares my tastes. Yeah, Super Mario RPG is on Super Nintendo. And you know what? Actually, fair point. If there's one thing I'll give to Super Mario RPG, it was the quality of its writing. Like, Super Mario RPG's writing was fantastic. Super Mario RPG was not released over here until the Virtual Console. Not entirely sure why. Yeah, you could probably emulate it pretty well. Or if you could pick up a Super Nintendo Mini, if they were released in your country, the SNES Classic, the small ones, that has Super Mario RPG on it, and also has Final Fantasy VI on there. It's listed as Final Fantasy III. Well, I say that's a really good one. Chrono Cross on PlayStation, kind of, not really a sequel. Platformers are good. There's always platformers to recommend. A Hat in Time I found to be a lot of fun as a platformer. Spyro's Crash. Gex, if you want to look in the PlayStation generation, was enjoyable enough. I was talking about earlier, Bugs Bunny Lost in Time was a platformer I enjoyed as a kid. Bugs Bunny Lost in Time is on PlayStation. What else is there? There is other stuff. I've heard Jack and Daxter games and Ratchet and Clank are very well regarded. You talk about a Bugs Bunny game on Game Boy, and the one I played was Bugs Bunny in Crazy Castle 2, I think, which was a puzzle game. There we go. Yeah, I think that's all of them. But yeah, Bugs Bunny Lost in Time on PlayStation's a pretty fun platformer. Banjo-Kazooie is something a lot of people like. Oh, Tiny Toons. I don't think you've ever mentioned a Bugs Bunny game you played as a kid, Teak. Yeah, no, Tiny Toons, one of the Tiny Toons games, the one you're talking about, Danklin. Tiny Toons... Why did Tiny Toons ever really go away? I've never heard of that, Teak. But then there's also the case of, like, I've never... Like, I wasn't a PC gamer as a kid. Even if I was, like, how many games do you miss back then? Let me see. No, I want heal. Meteorama. Alright. Lightning, fire, ice. Alright. I think we're almost there. Definitely save. You know what? I understand that, Danklin. It is so hard for me to sit down and play a game. It's really hard just to focus your attention. And honestly, it's one of the main reasons why I stream. I stream, I sit down and I focus on a game while I'm streaming. And it's been the best thing for me to actually do it. I'd been meaning to play this for years. And now I finally am while I'm streaming it. Even just consoles. Yeah. I think my problem is I have too many games, and that results in a case of, like, what do I play? The kind of thing you always really hope for as a kid, like, just have so many games. And then you have so many games, and it's like, what do I play then? And it just kind of paralyzes you. And you end up not playing anything, or, like, starting something and then dropping it to start something else, and it just... endless cycle. Like I say, doing the stream has been a great focusing tool for me. Oh, there's nothing wrong with that. I've been all over the place with consoles. What was it? Super Nintendo... I think then it was... PlayStation, then Nintendo 64. Might have been the other way around, I forget those. GameCube, then Xbox, then PS2, then PS3, then I got a 360, then I got a PS4, then I got an Xbox One. I have a gaming laptop that I can game on that I just don't. And then I got a Dreamcast last year. I'm all over the place. There's nothing wrong with that. Some games are only available in certain places. You want to go where the games you want to play are. Nothing wrong with going wherever. No, it's not a bad thing. Yeah. It's like, especially, like, you gotta remember the consoles are basically brands, and you owe no loyalty to a particular brand. If a brand starts being not what you want, oh shit. I didn't realise Sarah was low on health. If a brand starts being not what you want, there's no reason for you to stick with it. Like when I got a GameCube when I was way younger. Why did I go for the GameCube? GameCube had the games that I wanted. It had Super Smash Bros. Melee, which was so cool. It had Star Wars Rogue Squadron 2, which was so cool. Super Mario Sunshine, which was so cool. Had a lot of great stuff. You go where the games you want are. There is absolutely no reason to be loyal to a particular brand. Especially when it comes down to it, they're not going to be loyal to you. That's not a question, why do you bite me? How you doing? Didn't I see you went live recently? Ah, it must have been a while ago. Huh. I disagree with that. I think Nintendo has, especially at the minute, I think Nintendo is one of the worst for customer relations. I think a lot of Nintendo's business practices lately have been very anti-consumer. I want to deal with this. Yeah, how you doing, Whitey about me? State of Decay 2, that's what it was. Yeah, I saw the notification pop up and I was getting ready for my stream. I just forgot how long ago that was. You good now? You just chilling? That's good. I'm doing okay. We're just grinding. We're going to be going up against some bonus bosses. I think next time we stream this. And pumping ourselves up for the tough guys. Oh, you're talking about direct customer support. Yeah, it's not a bad thing. Although the customer support with Joy-Con issue for Switch has been kind of a problem. Nintendo demanding that there is no problem with the Joy-Cons when there very clearly is. Yeah, like, in the last couple of years, it really feels like Nintendo has been doing a lot of anti-consumer bullshit. And so I'm kind of down on Nintendo. The 3DS was a good system, though. 3DS had some good stuff. Okay. Yeah. I love the 3DS for neither of those things. The 3DS is where I finally accepted that I just was not into Pokemon anymore. The RPGs, I don't have a problem with Pokemon as a series. I just think the RPGs aren't that good. The spin-offs, yeah, the spin-offs are cool. I'd love for there to be a new Pokemon Ranger game. As far as meeting new people goes, like, if you talk about stuff like the Spot Pass and Street Pass, I always turn those off. It was a case of, like, if my 3DS is turned on, I want it to be turned on because I'm playing it. I don't trust sleep modes for saving the battery. Skip straight from 3rd gen, that's fair enough. I had a different thing with Pokemon. I played Pokemon Yellow as a kid, and then I didn't play another one until Fire Red in Gen 3. And then somehow I ended up with Sapphire and Emerald. I don't remember how. I played Diamond, I played Platinum, and the last Pokemon game I really enjoyed was Soul Silver on DS. And then after that, like, I went with the Vita over the 3DS, because the Vita had stuff I wanted, like Persona 4 Golden. And so by the time I got a 3DS and was in a position to play new Pokemon, there was X and Y, Alpha Sapphire and Omega Ruby, and Sun and Moon were due out. And so I picked up Sun and Moon because, like, I might as well get the new Pokemon games because the old ones cost as much as the new ones will, despite being used and out for several years. And so I played Sun and Moon for, like, I played Moon for like 10 hours. And just stopped, I wasn't enjoying it. I tried to get into X and Y. I got Y, and I got to the big city and just stopped. Like the first big city, if there's more than one, and just stopped. And it's like, Pokemon RPGs just don't hold my attention. I'm hesitant to stream Pokemon because it bores the fuck out of me. I know a lot of people like Pokemon, but if I sit here and stream, I'm going to be really bored, and that doesn't make for a good stream, I think. See, that's always a good thing. Like, doing it with friends, doing a lot of things with friends can make things more enjoyable for you. And it can be a good way to just get into new things. Come on. Nice. Yeah, I stopped playing Pokemon. It's like, I've got Pokemon Coliseum on GameCube that people would probably be interested in seeing. But I don't enjoy Pokemon anymore, not the main series. The spin-offs where they're doing more interesting stuff, yeah. Like, I said Pokemon Ranger. I think Pokemon Ranger's pretty neat. I'm interested in the new Pokemon Snap coming out. That should be pretty cool. I just wish they were doing more interesting stuff. Because I don't think the RPGs are interesting. You know what? You're not alone with that. Good Digimon games were so hard to find in the West at all. There are good Digimon games. Most of them didn't come out outside Japan. I watched more Pokemon as a kid. I played more Pokemon as a kid. I did see Digimon though. Like I said, the big problem was always a lot of the Digimon games released outside Japan just weren't good. There's like the Digimon World games. Digimon World... I'm never into that. Digimon World 3, maybe, if you can get into it on PS1. 4 was terrible. The DS Digimon World games were not great. And then you had stuff like... On the PSP, there was Digimon Adventure, which was basically the entire first season as an RPG. Yeah. It's like Digimon Adventure, the entire first season with the original 7, later 8 Digidestined. They adapted it into an RPG on PSP, never released outside Japan. Which is really frustrating. It's also supposed to be really good. It did get a full fan translation, maybe I'll do that one day. But more recently, they've been releasing Digimon games outside Japan, starting with Digimon Story Cyber Sleuth, which is a pretty good RPG. If you've got Digimon nostalgia, I recommend it. Digimon Story Cyber Sleuth. Because it's a competent RPG that is Digimon. So if you've got the nostalgia for Digimon, it can carry you all the way through. Yeah, it's really unfortunate because like a lot of good Digimon games just not released outside Japan. There we go. That took a while. That's fair enough. Getting around to playing any games, especially RPGs, can be such a pain. Like I say, it's one of the best things about the stream for me. It's a dedicated time for me to sit down and focus on a specific game. And it's been really helpful. I've gotten through a bunch of games that I've been wanting to do for ages through the stream. Like, I wanted to replay Alundra, I did that on the stream. I wanted to do Dark Souls 2, I did that on the stream. I wanted to replay Skies of Arcadia, I did that on the stream. I'm going to be doing that again soon on the stream. Replay Knights of the Republic, did that on the stream. I had a bunch of stuff that I've been wanting to do for years. The stream helped me focus on it, and it was really good for that. And maybe the whole point is a specific time, like scheduling a specific time period for you to sit down and do something, which can be difficult. Like, maybe that's the whole point, just like, rather than, yeah, no, do whatever right now. Like, specifically setting a specific amount of time aside to do something may not be about maybe the point of it. I don't know. That replay of Halo with Klim that I've been meaning to replay Halo for ages. Well, like I say, like, streaming isn't applicable to anybody, so, like, try to work out the specific mental reasoning for it. Like, scheduling, maybe. Scheduling might be the key factor. Like, if you can get a couple of hours specifically to yourself set aside to play a game. And then the problem there comes in choosing a single game. I tell you, as a kid, like, if I ever thought that I was gonna grow up and like suddenly have all the games I could ever play and just end up not playing any of them, like, that would have been driving me crazy as a kid. It still drives me crazy now, actually. Like, the idea that having less games would be the better idea, because then it'd be a smaller pool to pick from. Like, what do I want to play? And like, a list of like 20 games at best. What do I want to play? One of these, I guess. It was just easier to pick that way. Alright, come on, Fire Emperor. Well, this will mix things up, I guess. There we go. Yeah, my options were limited as a kid. Just add less. Damn it. But yeah, just having less means like less to choose from, so you'll play what you've got. Having so much more is like, what do I choose? And then you're paralyzed by indecision and you end up not doing anything. And it's horrible. It's been a problem I've had for years now. As the size of my collection has only gotten bigger. And I don't buy games just to put them on a shelf, I buy games to play them. And it's infuriating. More time will that take? Yeah. I'm sat here with system sub to find me more games to play, and it's like, what's the point? I've got game magazines, old game magazines, that I can go through, and my intention with them is specifically to go through them. It's like, oh yeah, no, this looks like a really cool game, whether I've heard of it or not. Previews, reviews, creating a level of interest. And it still leads to the same problem. Come on, finish that Fire Emperor. The Sarah's current one should be going up faster than the others. The others are difficulty level 5, hers is 4. Yeah. It might be going up faster, I'm not sure. Agidine. Andine. And don't have Pterodine. Okay. And the ease of access for so many games these days is a good thing, but we're able to buy so many games so easily and so cheaply in a lot of cases that we are just overwhelmed with choice. And like, what do you do then? You end up not playing anything. What does that help? Teak, when are you going live? You're live now and you didn't tell me? You are not live now. In a few minutes. Alright. Let's see this. Grinding levels in the after years. Yeah. I've said before, like, I've considered doing the grinding off screen like you do. But I feel like the grind, if we're going to show the game off, not just for myself, but for anyone who's watching, we're going to show it off, I feel like people should be aware of like what the game actually is. But yeah, no, I did a bunch of grinding off screen. How much grinding did you do? And with this, now, I think this is coming up to like 9 hours of grinding for the bonus bonus bosses. You know, I've got a bunch of games on my phone. Like actual console games. That's a fair point for you, Teak. And I'm not criticizing your idea or anything. Just my opinion on showing my grinding or not. I'm not gonna tell you how you run your stream. That's a fair point. Like on my phone currently, I have Castlevania Symphony of the Night, Chrono Trigger, Cultist Simulator, Final Fantasy V, Final Fantasy Tactics, War of the Lions, Lara Croft Go, Shin Megami Tensei, DX2, and Traffics. I am not playing any of them because I cannot focus on phone games. I got Symphony of the Night, actually, during Black Friday. It was 50p. It was like, I'm never going to play this because it's an action game on mobile, but I wanted to see it, and it was 50p. And you know what? It's pretty impressive. Fast forward and auto battles. You know, even if Digital Devil Saga 2 had a fast forward system like that, I really wouldn't trust myself with it. Yeah. It's hard to stay focused with them. Like, I had Knights of the Old Republic. I got Knights of the Old Republic on mobile years ago. I got it cheap in one of the Star Wars sales. And I like Knights of the Old Republic. I played it on Xbox years ago. I have it on PC. I have it on original Xbox. I have it on my phone now. And I never got past the first planet on mobile because I just could not focus on it. I can't focus on mobile games. And it's not even like it was a bad version. It's like in the Discord earlier, I put a link in the news section. It was announced today that Aspyr, the company that ported Knights of the Republic 1 to mobile years ago, is finally porting KOTOR 2. Knights of the Old Republic 2 to mobile. And it's like, great! Knights of the Republic 2 is the better game. Yeah, the writing's more interesting, it has more interesting scenarios. And the first game played great. It played so well on mobile. The entire system was really well done. But I never really focused on it because it was on mobile. What purple thing? Why do you bite me? You mean the woman? God damn. That's a lot of money. Is that 300 bucks on Duel Links? Because if that's the case, like you've convinced me not to play Duel Links. That woman is Nyx. Greek god of death. Death? Night? Nyx, Greek god of night? Let me check this. Thanatos is Greek god of death. Greek mythology. Yes, personification of night. Ugh. Yeah, I don't like that. A few years ago, because I was into Yu-Gi-Oh! At one point, and I still play the card game on video games. A few years ago, some of my friends bought me Legacy of the Duelist on Steam, and I started up and looked at the card list, and it's like, oh, I can't build the deck I used. because the cards that I need, some of the cards I need aren't in the game. I would have to buy them separately, so I immediately stopped playing. I have Legacy of the Duelist Link Evolution on Switch now. Which has everything. And then they added more to it when that game came out on PS4. And the PS4 version was the most up-to-date, and they updated the Switch version to also be up-to-date. And so it's like over 10,000 cards in the game. It's good, it's a good idea. So it's like, if you want to get into if you want to play Yu-Gi-Oh games, like, I recommend Legacy of the Duelist Link Evolution. Not Legacy of the Duelist, make sure it's Link Evolution. It sounds like with Duel Links, they're really just trying to recreate the experience of playing it in real life, including buying booster packs, which, let's be fair, is the worst part of Yu-Gi-Oh! That's even worse. That's more than what it'd cost for that number of cards in real life. That's a racket. That's basically the same as like FIFA Ultimate Team, but possibly worse. God damn. That's worrying. I don't like that. This is my problem with the free-to-play market. Just entirely. There's always a catch, like, oh, why is it free? Well, we're either going to give you intrusive ads, or you're not going to enjoy the game without throwing down a lot of money. Jeez. Yeah, that doesn't sound fun. That sounds like a racket that Konami is running. And honestly, I hope you've stopped. That's awful. It would cost you literally less to build your deck in real life. I've never liked that aspect of trading card games. Like when there's an actual battle element and it requires specific cards to deal with, but the cards you get are random in every booster pack. I don't like that. Jeez. That's a lot of money to play with friends. And that entire thing sounds like a case of Konami really banking on either peer pressure or a desire not to be left out in that case. Ugh. Awful. You know, I'm glad I got my Yu-Gi-Oh! Nostalgia dealt with on the PSP. I didn't play the card game as a kid, I watched the anime. But, no, it wasn't even the PSP, it was the DS. I got one of the Yu-Gi-Oh games on DS. One of the World Championship games. And it had a story mode that you ran through, and it was fun. And I got all of my Yu-Gi-Oh nostalgia out with that. The DS games, then the PSP games when I moved on to the PSP. PSP got the Tag Force games. I was like, how do you nostalgia exploited like that? Ugh. I don't like that. Yeah, but still, like, you look back on it and you think about the number itself. It's not like I'm saying, like, you're at fault. It seems like a system specifically designed to prey on that kind of thing. Which doesn't surprise me with a free-to-play game. I don't like it. I think we're gonna master Calm Spirit and then we're gonna call it. We've been grinding for over 4 hours now. You see, that's the point. It's a gamble. The gambling. You love the feeling of getting the card you want. You love the payout. It's gambling. It's an exploitation of gambling mechanics. Ugh. And like, legislation really needs to catch up with that shit. Because it is gambling and it needs to be actually classed as such. This free-to-play game on the App Store on Google Play, kids could get that. And then spend so much money. Kids have gotten shit like that and spent so much money. And Yu-Gi-Oh! Is marketed as a game for everybody. Not like it's an adult card game. Incredibly frustrating. Yeah, the loot box mechanic. It is gambling, and the big publishers keep arguing that it's not gambling, but it really is. It's like when 2K put out the trailer for NBA 2K20, and it was a literal casino. Like, yeah, no, a lot's gone on this year, and there's a lot of shit that needs to be looked at. And while that's going on, fucking the gaming industry is just like, no, gambling mechanics. They're not really gambling mechanics. They are, but we're gonna say they're not, and then like we're gonna exploit the fuck out of you. That's terrible. That is actual gambling. And the worst part is you can't actually get a real payout out of that. You're putting money in and getting fake money out if you win. That was the thing. Like, I saw one of the arguments and one of the reasons it's not been legislated as gambling yet is because you can't get a real money payout for it. Well, that's great. Yeah, there's a lot of people like that, Danklin, and I think the best thing you can do, the only thing you can do, is avoid it. Avoid all of it. But then how do you when that shit is in so many games now? You can't even avoid it by avoiding free-to-play games, because they're in premium games you're paying full price for. So what do? Back to the older stuff, maybe? I don't know. Yeah. It's something I really like about old games. Design is more interesting. They had to work to earn your money in a lot of cases. Like, make no mistake, there's a lot of shit in old games. There always was. But like, you put it down to a nice succinct phrase. What you see is what you get. It's like we're talking about, come on. Yeah, you know what? Fuck this. We'll talk about Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne. Like, this is a Shin Megami Tensei spin-off. And Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne, which also came out on the PS2, has got a re-release recently in Japan, and the HD remaster, and that's coming out in the West next year. The remaster has come out and is shit. And Atlas has promised a patch to fix it. And like comparing that with like the original, it's like the original came out on the PS2 and they couldn't put out a patch to fix that. It was a case of the game either works as it's supposed to, or the game is broken. And the whole idea of like patches being able to change stuff, fix stuff, letting publishers come out with completely broken games, I feel like the ability to patch games like that has weakened the industry somewhat. Yeah, pretty much. I think the refusal to try new stuff a lot of the time is because of cost. Games cost so much to make these days. And so you have to make a certain amount of money to hit a profit. And because of that, a lot of companies, a lot of publishers don't want to risk anything. So they'll put out stuff that is guaranteed to be a success. And so we end up with the same things that are just... they're proven to sell, but it's the same thing over and over. Oh yeah, Skyrim. Skyrim is a very good example. There are bugs on the Switch version of Skyrim, which I've got, which existed in the original PC release. That was just never fixed. Alright, there's Calm Master. I feel like because you didn't have to make as much money back to make a profit, I think old games were more willing to be weird and different and unique. Yeah. Diaharon. Alright, let's call this then. This is added up to, I think, like 9 hours of grinding now. All grinding on Thursday. But yeah, it's a big part of the reason why I play a lot of older games, because older games had more interesting design, and there's so much of the old stuff that I never saw. So much weird and interesting stuff. But that's gonna do it for today. I want to thank everybody who joined the stream. Thank you so much for watching. I always really appreciate the support. Big special thank you to everybody who joined the chat. Clem, Chansum, Teak, Lino, Signer, Danklin, Why'd He Bite Me? Was that other dude who popped in? What was his name? Barry Bones. I think that's everybody. Nice, cool, Danklin. Thank you for keeping me company. Yeah. Chat is always the best part of the stream. I always really appreciate everybody keeping me company. We'll be back on Thursday, 8 PM Greenwich Mean Time GMT, with more Digital Devil Saga, where hopefully we'll wrap up the grinding and then go and take out the Seraphs and hopefully make some story progress after that. What we're going to do now is we're going to go and raid Teak, who is currently playing Final Fantasy IV, The After Years, as part of his turn-based Tuesdays, where he plays RPGs on Tuesdays. He's currently working his way through the Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest series, alternating between them. So when he's done with Final Fantasy IV, The After Years, he's going to be starting Dragon Quest V, Hand of the Heavenly Bride, which is a really good game. So we're going to go raid him. If you don't want to stick around to check out Teak, that is understandable. Do not feel obligated to. But yeah, once again, I want to thank everybody for watching. Big special thank you to everyone in the chat. Chat is always the best part of the stream. Back 8 PM Greenwich Mean Time on Thursday with more DDS2, Digital Devil Saga 2. And with that, thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day, and take care. We'll catch you next time, guys. Goodbye.